Hello, everyone. I am here. Turn my fan off. Oscillate. All right, today we are actually going to be doing Stanley Parable. What's up, Sora? Little bit different of a. Oh, I guess my fan's not off. Oscillate. Nope, did not mean to press that. I meant to oscillate. Stop. I think my fan's bad. The batteries are dying on the remote. Wouldn't be surprised. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons today. I was in a rush to get home, and my dad was taking his lovely time, which is fine. Oh man, we were out hanging out today, so no. Uh, let's hop into this. Forgive me if my brain is all over the place. I'm extremely I'm very ADHD today. Have you played Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you for the Dead by Daylight skill check. I keep forgetting to kill switch the make my kill switch for the Dead by Daylight stuff. Till the computer's barely visible? How's it look on stream? What I should ask. What do you guys think on stream? We'll call that barely visible. I think we'll be able to change it. Please enter the current time. 6:51 Eastern Daylight. Oh my god, there's a computer inside of a computer inside of a computer. Okay. I'm changing the title. I'm changing it. Gaming is never the end. I'm lurking for the next 20 minutes or so, driving on. Wanted to hang. Just my parents. Oh, that's nice of you. I hope it came out nice. Is Stanley wrong? No way I spelled it wrong. I didn't spell it wrong. It's saying I spelled it wrong. Stupid OBS. Okay. Let's immediately do some adjustments here. This is trippy. There's a computer in the background doing the same thing. Can we? My mouse is really jumpy tonight. I don't know what's going on. If you know what I'm doing, then great. Video, VSync, sure. Borderless, yes. 19 by 1080, sure. Controls. I think we're good. The end is never the end is never the end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay, I have to pause it because I just bought the game, right? I forgot if I bought the... Damn it, I didn't buy it. I thought No, this is the Ultra Deluxe. Available on Mac OS, I didn't know that. I was making sure I had the right game.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Gotta save electricity, bro. Can't be leaving computers on like this.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
No, I don't.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Sure.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Hey, I pressed alt. Loading, 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 loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
The end is never the end is never the end. I think we fucked it. Well, you guys didn't. I did. Let's restart. Because it wasn't gonna fix itself.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh no, I hit I just nailed spit.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring.
I got out of the elevator.
It had really
as I
been
hit
worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Yeah, no, I hit the up button on the elevator, got out, it loaded the next scene, but then teleported me to the top and it wouldn't.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stop wasting electricity. The end is never the end.
When
is never
Stanley
the end.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Play it by your way, Mr. Narrator.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Nice bathroom. Well, somebody fucked up the wall, but nice bathroom.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
See, the thing I did was when the elevator got to the bottom, I pressed the up arrow and then jumped out of the elevator. And I think that's what screwed it up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
We're just going to go back.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Thank God that I'm not doing Poppy's play.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty,
All right, chat.
his
Are we gonna turn the
obligation,
power on or
to
off?
put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh, I'll hydrate. Let me get some lemonade in me.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Oh, well, that shaking was the game. But me just going up and down, left, right, yeah, that was... The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Damn it! We're back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes, I did.
Wow. Yes.
So beautiful.
This room. What a beautiful room.
These basic
what a
gorgeous,
gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Coffee nut. Even the best kind of coffee. The coffee nut.
Yes. Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
The orange door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop.
I should have listened.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Bye, cruel world.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Anybody motion sick yet? This is pretty cool.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Get psyched out, bitch. So many beautiful lights. Gotta get back to work.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'll go slow, don't worry.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
I know what it wants me to do. Dora, thank you for the 50 biddies.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Oh, I wish all this pink would go away, though. You know, no, I can't look at pink.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You are going to stay here, aren't you?
No. I'm not. Sorry, narrator, I have to do it. There's just too much of one color.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, Stanley, think— No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
I think I'm slow now. Yeah, he slowed me down.
No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Got my first achievement. I'm sorry, narrator. You've been amazing, but the pink is too much.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
No,
That
I
you'll
love
throw
the
yourself
game.
from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Now I feel sad. I don't want to do this. I just don't want to be in the pink anymore.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Never the end is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What?
Perhaps he had simply
This
missed a
isn't
memo.
right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
They boarded up my broom closet. Oh man, guys!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
urge you
walked
enough.
upstairs to his boss's
If
office.
you find anything funny, please make clips. I would much appreciate it. We're going upstairs. We're just gonna follow it a little bit. Alright, let me pause real quick because I don't have my dashboards open. Just gonna have it open in the background. There's some jamming elevator music. That was an asshole thing to do. You just let me think it's gonna go forever. I don't know. I want the elevator music. More paper sent to the ground. I was jamming out.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Yeah, no, that elevator music was amazing. Like, I I could have easily have jammed out to that longer. Loading, 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 loading. Can we fix
Stanley
that
walked
floor?
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
MCF? No, this is Escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it,
Oh, it's
the truth
escape. I thought it
was
was
that at the
escape.
end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Oh, hell no. Oh, we're going for it. Here I come. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Thank you.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye, cruel world.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Huh? I live.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been
What's up,
created for
Marsha?
you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
And never got to see someone play this game. Kind of fun. Yeah, luckily I know a lot of people don't like backseating. I don't care if it's not like too intrusive. Now, if it's a game,
You had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, Stanley being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you.
thank you, Marsha. I will do
Then he
5
pushed
reps
the
on each
number
hand.
4.
1, 2, 3,
Stanley
5.
stood on the roof.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm using a 5 kilogram hand rep. What's up here? Buttons. These are awesome. Such worth, much wow. Wait. They're all my office, just different layouts? I knew something was changing. Those bastards. What is this? Narrator emails. Office. Ooh, candy. That's counting down. Oh. Actually kind of cool seeing this stuff. Like all the props he used, all the layouts and stuff. Okay. Exit. Let's go. The sign says exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
I know.
But
Right?
listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Copyright. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the loading. Damn it, they changed my office again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I think I missed a memo.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
Broken
What
lights.
was it
We
about
should get
this room
maintenance here to
that
fix
called
that.
so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something darker.
I'm standing on a plant. I think this is the most important aspect of the game. I'm standing on a plant.
Yes. Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all
Yeah,
your...
stop it.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
broken
took the
lights, we should get
first
those
open
fixed.
door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You don't control me. Narrator, you don't control me.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you...
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh,
Scared the
come
fuck out of me.
on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might
That
even
was a
feel
table.
sorry
That
for
wasn't
him,
my office
except that he's
desk.
chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Becoming my
The
office.
thought
My
excited
home
him
is becoming
terribly.
my office. The end is never the
So
end. I
he
can't
went
stop
further.
pressing the buttons.
He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
I can't stop pushing the
As
buttons.
he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths
Loading,
and
loading,
destinations.
loading.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he
Mannequin
called
just
it
shit
the
itself.
Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always
let me out.
has. Nothing has changed.
My house is my
The longer
office.
he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to
You've
me.
owned a
He
mannequin
won't stop.
since you were 18.
Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to.
The end is
But I
never
don't
the
make the
end, is
rules.
never the
I
end.
simply play to my
Never
intended
the end,
purpose,
is never
the
the
same as
end.
Stan.
Hold on. My microphone volume was a little on the lower side.
We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I didn't press the button. The end is never the end, then is never the end, is never loading. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I
What
don't
could
have
it
a choice
mean?
in this life.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wonder if they'll let me go in
When
the
Stanley
broom closet
came to
again.
a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Broom closet?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, no,
Coming to a
there's no-
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Am I in hell? Alright.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation.
I don't know how
His
to fart out
co-workers
down
weren't
there.
actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons.
isn't
I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh god.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
Like
One he was
lucid
amazed he
dreams.
hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through
Oh
with this
god.
dream. I wish it to be over.
Sorry.
Let me go back to
Stanley
my
farts in
job.
bed.
Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
And everything went black.
I die again.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
The end is never the end is never the end is never loading.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of The Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
More smiley face.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
Content?
All right. All right, let's see it.
Oh.
The jump circle? Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more.
Stanley, new
Very
content.
Good.
No.
Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for...
Hold on. I'm just gonna keep it as Stanley now. I was thinking of a good meme I could clickbait people.
Whatever it is.
I wouldn't know how to clickbait.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
A nice plywood.
What do you say, friend?
Hey, this is new. Hey, see, look, new content.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
You know, last time somebody drew me into a vent, it was really sus. Coffee nut. Wait a minute, we got some coffee nut. No. Coffee nut. The end is never the end. Is never the end.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
It's
I call it
pretty.
the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I miss 2013. Smile because it happened. I like that they copied a real dollar. Put on the wall. Unachievable. It's impossible. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Oh, I know. This is great. This is actually nice.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art,
Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious
You
work of
almost
art.
killed me.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I like it. This is fun so far to me.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it...
This person,
well, I always thought
your
it
name
did,
reminds me of
but
toilet
maybe
paper.
it wasn't. Oh dear.
How
What
dare
an
you say
awful
something
memory
mean
to have to
about this
hold
game.
on to.
Amazing.
These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't... What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
That's sketchy. Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what cooking... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room.
Out now. Hey,
Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks? I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like...
Too wordy.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with...
Wordy. Clock stopped. I want the narrator back. Smoke alarm needs to be replaced. Narrator? I'm sorry I skipped you.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
Yeah, he's really wordy now. He was angry. We had to let him... We needed him to ramble on. So we had to...
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
I want that clipped. I got that. Oh God. Light. Air. Oh my God, it feels so nice in this room now. Kidding. Ooh. Any snacks? Any snakes? No snakes. We're good. Alright. And all you got is keep it strong. Move along. Oh. Smoke alarm is still up. I think we're good. I want the narrator back though. button. No more. How did we get into a desert from water? Oh. End is never the end, is never the end, never the end. Damn it, we're back to square one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yep, Ladies and gentlemen, should we go look at new content? Or should we just go to the meeting room? It is a really nice neon sign. But that meeting room is so tempting. You know what, the neon...
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Yes, I noticed the sign. Beautiful. Oh, God. The end. There you gone.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I will hydrate again. I have lemonade.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
So am I getting a new office? They're back. 2 doors. Yes, I missed the doors. Eh?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
New features? Oh, wow. Ooh, a bus. Ooh, candy. Wow, the Expo Center for Stanley Parable 2.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay. These no screenshots. Merch? Hey, can I get the end is never the end shirt? I saw a new content shirt, you know, that would be nice too. Let's see, office decorations. Yes, we want office decorations.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which
right.
would you go with?
Everybody in chat, type 1 if you want Get Well Someday, or 2 for Happy 12th Birthday, Step Niece. I'll wait a few minutes. Let you guys decide. Actually, I have a better idea. Poll. New poll. Okay, you know what? Number 2, my brain is fried. Hold on a minute. I can't brain. Okay, I had to make sure I brained my brain. Oh, it won't let me put... Okay, never mind. I was gonna do a poll, but it doesn't give me the option to type out the rest. You know, Get Well Someday is nice, but... Sorry, so I might have to I have to go with Happy 12th Birthday, Step Niece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Okay.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
What do you mean back over here? Okay. Free achievement? Okay. A little sketchy going down a dark hallway, but you know.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever and... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I can't blame the guy for trying. Worst free achievement ever.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Gotta collect them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Man. Now that's really tempting. I wanna enter the infinite hole. Had to look. Give me that infinite hole. The rim, depth, infinite rounding area. Opening. Are they trying to explain to me how an infinite hole works? More hole. Hole. More hole. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Educational use only. Infinite falling. Science more. More hole. Sure.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh my
You
god,
see,
this hole's
isn't it
amazing.
wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A
I
normal
love
person
holes.
would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I'm loving the hole, okay? The end is never the end. The end. What, Marsha? What'd I do? What'd I do? There's nothing wrong with this. The hole's getting deeper. Oh. 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 What, Marshall? What's wrong with the hole? Okay.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Is there something wrong with the hole, guys and girls? The end is never the end. Marsha didn't.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Will you guys finally get to know what my real name is?
Jim.
Nope.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? Jim. See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Jim. Instead,
Jim.
I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Jim.
Hopefully I got a couple of clips out of that. Jim.
Maybe
Hey.
I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
The reassurance bucket. Oh my god.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Oh my god, a
As long
bucket.
as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, I've been waiting for this day. Oh my god, I love the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Yes,
and in
it is.
fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm taking the bucket with me. This is my bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really
Yes,
should
I
be an
will
award if it
mentally.
isn't already. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Mostly infinite hole. He had to he changed it. All the signs said infinite hole. Now it says mostly infinite. I'm sorry, Marcia. I think it's just funny that there was an infinite hole. Then it became the mostly
An
infinite
epilogue
hole.
would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
You heard Jim in the game. Listen, if you're thinking that I'm saying the hole in a dirty way, there's something wrong there. Nothing dirty about the hole. The hole is a beautiful thing. And I would happily fall in the mostly infinite hole. They even changed the big sign. Wonder if I can go back to the mostly infinite hole. Can I get my achievement? Let's see if they fixed it. With my reassurance bucket lied to me. It said I could get the whole, achievement, the whole achievement, not just the broken achievement. Is that it? Did we do everything? What's up here? The bucket, okay. We did the button, we did the hole, we did the bucket, the button, the office decorations, we did that. We did the achievement. We did the Stanley figurines. We did the epilogue, the jump circle. I think we're safe to exit. My bucket.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay, I won't look.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. I mean,
Well,
terrible.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
no,
am I kidding,
the first
Stanley?
one was better.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original
game. I already enjoy it.
Would it possibly work? I
Yes.
suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the
Yes,
Stanley
Marsha.
Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. Have fun in DBD. Thanks for stopping in. All the settings are literally, it's just the same layout. Okay, I'll stay out of the hole.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
You
simply
know,
missed
the
a
blue
memo.
ones are slightly tasteful. I wish I went with the blue ones because the white blends too much. Ooh, pretty artwork. The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh, I'm not allowed to go back there? I can't cut across?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. I'm feeling way more confident to do this route now.
Still no one was
I have my
here.
bucket.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was...
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't
No.
you? The aura of jealousy. It's as
My
clear as
bucket.
day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm confident I have my bucket of reassurance.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes,
Was the
the bucket
bucket
knew.
guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I think there's one... Oh, I missed one. There's one in the boss's bathroom. Okay, so we're gonna play this for a little bit, just so
The
everyone's
elevator
aware,
raced
and then we'll
downward,
switch
plummeting
to,
towards an unknown
tower games
fate.
or something.
It would be all
It is
Stanley could
Sunday,
do
so
to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
It's the bucket.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything
Feel safer
will
with
be
the
fine.
bucket. Bucket makes me feel.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We're gonna do this as the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Bucket will be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
It is my friend.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes,
Okay, bucket.
they had done it.
We got
Stanley
this.
and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never loading. I died. Dang it.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Meeting. Who's following me? Bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There's the meeting today. Oh. There will be a reward for finding them all. Trust.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Great. I love me a Stanlerine. We're going back downstairs.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I love this game. Now we can go up top. I had a feeling there was going to be one down there. I knew there was one in the bathroom. There's always something in the bathroom. That's a terrible picture. I love that song. Couldn't say no. I love that song too much. Okay, we're good. Jammed out just long enough.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alrighty, come on, bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
you know what?
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Nope, the bucket's gonna save me.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
The end is never the end is never the end is never loading. Okay, I'm ready. Ready, Bucket. This is what we've been waiting for, Bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The stress bucket. Got so many buckets.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
To the infinite hole. Or the bucket. Oh, wait. Bucket? That was trippy.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Poor bucket. The end is never the end is never the bucket. Oh, they changed my office again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Nope. There's a button here.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley.
What?
Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Bucket. What's the bucket?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Bye, bucket. You were great.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Or bucket.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
The Bucket Destroyer. Be forever missed.
All of his co-workers were... Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arm, Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yes.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
No, there's only one. Oh. Hello, vent. What?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Excuse me? That one hurt my brain.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Sorry, Bucket. I have to explore this one.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh. Oh, God.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
This has to be a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
So you get for screwing with me, dickhead.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
I understand.
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything is a bucket.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
No bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
They really don't like me going into that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's one more Stan Lorene somewhere.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Stan Lorene's. There's one there. Where is the last one?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Where's that last Stan Lorene? That's what I need to know.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yes. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives,
It will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game achievement unlocked. Nice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, I didn't. Unfortunately.
No,
said the bucket.
No. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
No, I didn't mean to jump off.
Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself from the bucket.
There was mouse input. No. Controls. Simplified. Jump space. I forgot mouse controls.
Dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh, man. I didn't mean to do that.
All of his co-workers were gone. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Yeah, good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket is my master. There has to be another Stanley
said the bucket.
somewhere.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I need the last Stanley. Oh no, not this again.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone.
We're doing this again.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Not gonna lie, this is actually a pretty well laid out area. Oh, hi, Bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do
it can
anything
transfer
else.
sand, dirt, mud, rock, anything really.
You see, he's not listening.
Oh.
He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No,
Hey,
no. What's
yo.
going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
I think the bucket went a little too far with that one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Hi,
meeting room.
Bucket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna grab the bucket. Actually, we might need the bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of
Bucket.
culture
How
and
was your night?
distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these.
Where's the
He
last
held the bucket
Stan
close,
Lorraine?
yet
That's
felt
what I
none
wanna
of
know.
its familiar reassurance
I
and
got
comfort.
the one in the
And that's
boss's
when Stanley
bathroom.
realized, this isn't my bucket.
It's just a normal,
There
everyday
was-
bucket. Someone else's bucket,
grabbed a
perhaps.
couple
How
and
did I end up with someone
left
else's
off
bucket?
this
This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
bucket's
Who knows
gone.
what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I guess there was a bucket inside of me. Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh my god.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on
Everybody
this
gets a
particular
bucket.
day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
What? He backflipped all the way to work?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
I'm sorry, Bucket. I need to find the Stan Lorraine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Got the one in there. I don't know.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
More floating objects have appeared across the office. Stan Lorraine's. They still won't let me go in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I already tried downstairs. Got the one in the shitter. Okay, that party time over with.
Here's the door. Just go.
I don't know how I was able to see that. We got that Stanlerine. I have no clue.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Wait, maybe
Although this
Stanley
passageway
in there.
had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Yeah, let's not meet her violent death again. If
But of
anybody
course,
knows what
Stanley
the
thought
last
better of it
Stanlerines
and
are.
realized he simply had too much to live for.
You know what? We already know the ending. Yes, I'm going back to the beginning.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sorry, Bucket, not this time. I'm on an important mission.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Would go down the elevator shaft again. We'll do that in the next one.
Stanley was so
Really
bad at
wanna-
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
We got the Stanlerine that was here.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I just want the Stanlerines, bro.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Nope.
he had
Sorry,
simply missed
Bucket,
a
I'm
memo.
busy. Maybe later.
When Stanley
We're gonna
came
take
to
the
a set of
elevator
2
down.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Like. I'm going down. I'm trying to find this last Stan Lorraine.
But Stanley didn't want to go
switch
back to
games.
the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Okay. Can you at least play the elevator music?
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, this time no bucket.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on.
Don't
Why am I
blame me.
asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I want to Stan Lorraine, though. I need to find the last one. I think I smell Stan Lorraine nearby.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
But there might be a Stan Lorraine. Oh well.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Stan Lorraine? No.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
Yes.
You
it's a
won't want to
beautiful
miss
fern.
anything.
Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Come on,
You know
Lon.
what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
A direct link to the Stan Lorraines.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Yes. Well, in the meantime, if you...
That was rude of them to interrupt.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
I was trying to go to the line.
How deeply touching.
No.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, the bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I guess we're going down there. I just want the last Stanley ring. We already heard this. Try not to spend too much time trying to find the Stanley ring, but I have no clue where the last one
Even
is.
now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting.
Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Right,
and
this is our
Stanley
last
knew it
attempt.
perfectly
After
well.
this, we'll,
Perhaps he wanted to stop
we'll
by
do
the
some tower
employee
defense.
lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
Nice, nice little office.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not unless there's a Stan Lorraine, which there isn't.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Stan Lorraine.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Again.
That's her, Stanley.
I just wanted the last Stan Lorraine.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
Alright, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch to the tower defense game. Why? Because, well, we just spent a few hours on Stanley Parable. Let me see here. Gotta get things ready. We are playing Rogue Tower. Really? Rogue Tower? Alright, we're only gonna do a little bit of this. I am actually pretty hungry tonight, so we'll see how far we can get in... Oh, I don't know. We got a lot to start off. Now, putting the ballistas around the houses gives us like income every round. Also, yesterday's stream will be Why does it have me as latest subscriber at the top? Yeah, there's some stuff going on with that. So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of just letting it build up money for us. Our ballistas, we have tons of them. It can handle. Okay. Fortification increases main tower max health by 3. Don't mind if I do. Oh, I don't want you there. Okay. I'm gonna put some ballistas down. And we're gonna make like a little kill area. We'll start out with ballistas and then we'll... Oh yeah, it does some weirdness. Don't mind it. Those ballistas in the by our tower should... Yeah. Even though these in the back aren't doing much, it should finish them off. Okay, we're gonna do some choppy on the trees here. To get some more income. The +2 is good. Golden Forest, ooh, or Mana Siphon. We're not doing mana, so let's get Golden Forest. Making easy work of these guys. These guys can do double duty because they all touch. Oh boy, intense. Let's extend you. This is gonna be our little kill zone right here. Level 5 all of these or not. Haven't lost health yet, that's great. And we lost 1 health. Not that big of a deal. Okay, not enough gold for a ballista. That's not good. And here. So these guys are good because they're doing early damage on this row. They are getting a little close for my liking. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Alright, so Flame Tower is gonna help us out a lot. Because Flame does good against armor. Poison does good against shield. We want the Flame Tower ideally on a +2. But it'd be wasted space over here, I think. So maybe... There's a +2 there. I don't want him here. Not really doing us any good, but we need 300 gold. He won't survive another round. Maybe I stick the flame tower here. Not making much money either. I think that was the good idea to put the flame tower there. For the flamey boy. We're gonna demolish him and move him. He was a good last effort. Now these guys are getting double duty. Because this is gonna be a portal. Applying burn to all of them. Might not even need him here. Yeah, we don't even need him now. Could use him here though. One moment, guys. Okay. We're gonna upgrade his damage. And we got a portal here. That's what we wanted. Better burn, don't mind if I do. So he's doing a large radius, and we got 3 of these guys. They're not getting through now. Make easy work with these guys. Perfect. We're gonna need to start regenerating our mana better. Let's see. We'll expand you. I don't see why not. Also add more ballistas around you. Again, more ballistas around like these houses, we get income from that because they're protected. And it's good like preempt, like it's good damage to start weakening them ahead of time. Now these guys are just melting their armor away, so that's good. We'll have to get a poison. There's a couple of poison boys in here, so that way when it comes to shields, we'll be good. Beautiful. Okay, let's choppy the tree. Nope, we didn't get what I wanted. That's unfortunate. See, these guys are getting a lot of early damage from the ballistas. These guys, they're level 3, but... we're just melting them. we're gonna add another ballista here. 70 gold. Let's upgrade your defense. What about you? You're good. Okay. Let's hit this line again. Yeah, look at that. These guys are getting wailed on at the beginning. From our starting ballistas and from our house defense. We're making bank though, just off of these houses. And it's a boss level. Okay, if he hits our base, we're done. A little nervous. And we lost. Okay. At least now we have XP to spend and we can get more upgrades. So we got flame and we got poison. We have 100 XP, so let's get Frost Keep. That will slow the bad guys down. There's so many different things you can get. But what we want to do with the base stuff that we just got. Mana capacity, fortification, hard draw. Oh, that's 4. Alrighty. Let's run it again. I love tower defense games. There's a chance I play this offline too, because I have a very bad addiction to tower defense games. Slightly upgraded. That's what we wanted. Let's get our mana building abilities up. Booyah. I wish these guys would deal more shield damage. One health. Not the best thing in the world, but Also not the worst. Didn't mean to go to level 6. Oops. Let's choppy a tree to counteract the pain. Maybe the 2 trees. Alrighty. Sweet. Golden Forest would be nice, but Fortification is going to be our best bet. Get our tower health up. Now they're getting closer than I would like, so I'm hoping we get a couple of basic guys there. Start getting some early damage on them. Upgrade these guys to level 4 or 5. We'll do level 4. That's okay. Protected by 2, so that third one's not even doing anything. That face. So we're gonna want something that does damage here. We haven't gotten any cards, which is unfortunate. Maybe we just slam a ballista here. We just get some damage. Keep the damage flowing so they're not like gapped with damage. It's okay. We have health. Whew. Okay. Let's get a +2 ballista. Now we're getting passive damage as they come through here. It's not a whole lot, but it's enough to help. Might not be able to survive too much longer if they don't hit these guys with the shield. Stressful. Let's get some mines going, because mines will regenerate our health. Not enough gold, of course. And I believe mines will also regenerate our health over time. I'm gonna have you target most health. I'm gonna stick another ballista here. Okay, we survived. Not great, but not terrible. This one we might not survive. We're not getting as many cards as I would like. I think we just lost. One health. I'm surprised we didn't get any cards this round. Yeah, that was gonna be it. Man, so close. Yet so far. Let's see, what upgrades can we do? Card draw. I think we need draw frequency. That's what we need. So we'll have to get more XP. Play Rogue. Okie dokie. Ooh, that's gonna be nice. Yes, 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 yes. Golden Forest. Yeah. 3% chance to drop a card? Ah. Really? It's getting close and I don't like it. I think a +2 would be alright here. Choppy chopping. Really? Aww. I don't think we can go without the flame tower. That's kind of what's hurting us. not having it. +3. Yeah. Well. Two flamey boys up here. We chop a tree. Get some start income. Yeah, we'll leave those guys base. I don't want to make this the kill zone, but it's good that we have some reinforced stuff back here. I could just make this a kill zone. Stick something in the middle, I can. Put a frost keep in the middle and it'll just slow this area down severely. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's recover our mana over time. And we have another ballista. I don't think I want to buy another ballista. Unless we get a card. Which deal more damage to health. Make this the kill zone here. We'll have you target most armor. Let these two do more of the work. Get these guys maxed out up here. See, those ballistas are doing good because they are, they're really just dealing damage over time at the start of the match for these rows, so that's good for us. They're just laying down damage, so wouldn't make any sense for me to not do this. Yeah, buddy. He's laying waste to their armor as they pass through him. So we have two ballistas in the middle, which They're gonna be level 10s. That's what I like. Lifesteal. I think I like Lifesteal. Gives us more mana. Level 9. These ballistas are the most powerful right now. And he's getting a massive buff. Like, in a good way. Oh my god, so many trees. Money, money, money. I pause and just... let's do +2 damage. See, if they have shield, that's when it becomes a problem for us. Been doing some house cleaning on who I follow. How's the stream going? Been going? It's alright. I mean, other than the lurkers, it's been a little slow, but I don't mind. I'm having fun playing some games, just hanging out. See, these ballistas are nice because they're just dealing damage until they hit the kill zone. They're low levels, except for this guy, but all these are like low levels. Doing so good. I can afford another fire boy. Yeah, why not? I got the money. Put 4 fire boys up here. Save some money in case we need to do some last minute holy shits. Now next round's a boss round. I think this might be a better kill zone because both areas funnel through there. Okay, so I sold those two because this is going to be a way better kill zone. If we just focus this area here. So he's a +3 and he's a +3. We're gonna keep one fire boy here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna slap him in the middle. Upgrade him to level 6. We're gonna stick another fire boy. He's gonna be a +2. But these, oh well, when we can afford it. But these both, like this area here and this area here, all have to go through these zones. So having the fire boys and ballistas here are really just helping us. So if we can do a lot of damage early on, it'll be better for us in the long run. Oh, and it's a boss round. Tell these guys to go with most armor on him. Not what I was hoping for. Maybe we can move the kill zone further down, but or we stick with the original plan, have the kill zone here. But it looks like it's doing just fine. We'll see. Stick him there. Sell him. I lost a little money on him, but I'll keep the 2 fire boys there. Which is actually technically 3. I think we're good with mana, but fine. Yes. So we're gonna place down a couple of mines here. Raise our maximum health. You know, we'll set these guys to most armor. That way they're constantly hitting the most armor. And we'll have the ballistas here just to melt some of that armor as they pass through. So it's good for us, bad for them. And oh, we're on to shields. That's not good. No, already at the tower. That was slightly stressful. They took out a lot of health. These guys are wicked. We can't do anything against them either. That's the worst part. Oh, we're out of mana. Mana siphons. There's a problem. We kept running out of mana. There's a chest here. Oh, golden forest. Poison sprays, yes. That is what we needed. Poison deals damage to shields. So we're gonna stick a poison sprayer there. And we're gonna slap poison sprayer over here. That should help. Anybody with shields, they're gonna get hit with poison, so that should help. We'll have him target most shield. We need to siphon more mana. Doing great. Flamethrowers deal damage to health. They're only good against armor. So a semi-boss here. They're just getting hell laid onto them. We have so much mana items. Oh, we didn't even have to worry about it. Cool. This is our next boss round, so let's see. This is gonna be nice to get a nice XP bump. It's not what I wanted to see. But it's good because one mine. Pause the game. See where the mine. Are there any more mining areas? There are. Oh, that's right, the game has to be running. They need help up here. No shield. Alright, have a good night, Sora. Not good for us. Let's do a... I need 600 for poison. Our mana's holding up, so that's plus. Let's get another poison sprayer over here. That way, if they come down here, they get hit with the poison. Then we'll put a fire over here. Maybe plus 3 fire. Chest. Gimme. Don't want mortars. Yes. So we do have the nice kill area here. We have the weakening here. I think we're doing good. Let's fortify. So this area is just designed to weaken them. As these guys weaken, these guys will weaken. These are just to destroy what's left of their shields, and this is just the oh shit area. Another mine. Okay, we have tons of mana in our area, so... Siphon as much as we need. Oh boy. Our oh shit area needs some assistance. And we do have another mana area. That should be fine. Oh boy. Wish we were doing more. We should be doing more damage early on. Start placing some ballistas out further so that they can start doing some early damage. Just okay. Alright, so we got this guy here to deal some early damage to this zone. Let's get this guy here to do some more early damage. Again, they're not the most powerful in the world, but they're gonna hopefully deal enough damage just to keep us afloat. Okay, we're not dealing enough early on damage. Ouch, bibbles. All blisters deal more health. I think we're good on mana. I'm not opposed to putting a poison boy down there. Actually, both these areas meet right here, so I'm thinking we just stick him there. I think that will inevitably help us. Mini boss. Yeah, that's working out better than I thought. Oh, it's a double boss round. Ruh-roh! Knew that was gonna happen. Oh well, it's 300 XP. That's going to help us out a lot. Okay. Upgrades. So it wants us to do more cards to get draw frequency. That's not hard. Frostkeep, we can happily upgrade that. Let's try to get the cheaper. 646. Ooh boy. Draw frequency, draw 3, gold drop, treasury. Mana capacity, we'll get both of those. Get better repair. I'd like to get these soon, but I think wait. Poisoning enemies also slows them by 5%. Yes. Can I get anything for the ballistas? I can't. Let's see, 66. I could get mana. Could just save it, but let's grab Bleed Them Dry. Bleeding makes enemies take an additional health for damage. We have 10 more XP. Let's try to find anything that's 10 XP that I don't, in a category I want. $25. I'll probably never use Tesla Coil. Tesla Coil was kind of stupid, so I'll do one more game and then we'll call it a stream. How's that? Probably the best start I've seen in a good minute. And we're getting money just for wow. Let's get the flame tower. Let's see, what is this zone looking like? Depending on what this next one does, we'll have to see. Oh, a nice straightaway. That's what I've always wanted in my life. We'll do 2 of these. He's a last resort, man. Oh. Frost Keep would be great, but trees will help us. We're getting the Frost Keep. The Frost Keep's gonna slow them down. That's what I like to see. And they have burn damage. Ballistas on this house. You know what? Another Frost Keep, I think. Aw. No, they have burning and they were slowed during the whole duration of it. It's great. They're both at level 5, that's fine. Okay, we do need to get Mana Siphon soon. Oh my word. Let's see. Mana Siphon. Which we desperately need because it's absolutely destructing. The destruction of our mana is infinite. Once the ballista start dealing damage. Okie. More money just for protection. I think that's doable. We really need mana, though. Great. Hit the poison sprayer? Because we're soon going to be facing guys with shields. Doing great. Wow, Batman. Oh my god, so many areas for mines. Assume they won't be able to get past here. I'm just gonna make a line of ballistas right here. Beautiful. I don't think I'm gonna get any trees. Let's see. Increases maximum poison by 20 plus 26 to 50. Poison sprayers deal damage to health. They're not good against health. Oh, pass that up. These guys are amazing against health. He'll be slowed down a lot in this zone now, giving it more time to deal just tons of damage. They're not making it out of the zone. Spawn killing them. Just wailing on them. Let's just make sure our mana is gonna be good for a good minute. They don't want to be mid-fight and our mana just completely go to doo-doo. Increases the burn all poison sprayers, does more damage. Don't need damage. Let's do sorcery. Actually, ballistas do better, are good against health, so we'll hit up the health. Oh, of course it's a boss round. Okay, I want to pause. I want to get a... I want to get another poison... Oh, that's right, you can't do anything. It's mine. Maybe I just get a fire boy. Stick him here. And then we'll get another frost cube and stick him right there. That's what I'm thinking. Change him to most armor. He is slow now. Bam. Chest repair and increase the max health of mining. That would be nice. Yes, we want mine. Oh, but lose 1 base damage. I read that. Oh, well. Yeah, I guess that works out. Did it place me down there? It did. I'm just maxing out our health. Ooh, dehydration. All frost keeps deal 1 damage. Let's keep it dealing damage to health. Can't afford another ballista. Now we can. We really need a poison spray up here. Wait. We don't need the health right now, but it's gonna be amazing to have it. Hate health. Y'all can't stop me now. Well, maybe you can, but you can't. I think I've gone too far. More mining ability. 31 health. And it would be better. Let's see, that's a different level, so it won't let us place one there. Yeah. But no. Not letting us. Ooh-wee. Let's get mana bank. You know, we need to deposit our mana anyways. I think we do a, have a perfect area back here, so let's... just dealing passive damage as they go through the map. This is great. That's not doing anything to help. We'll get a flamey boy over here too to help. Oh, more iron. I think they're just tempting me to do this at this point. Like, the amount of health we have is absurd. Ooh, you know what? Maybe I'll cross keep here without two. I don't want to waste any area, so maybe. No, I didn't mean to place a mine. Not the best, but also not the worst. Plus 3 health. We do need that. Let's see. Want to get another ballista there, and we're gonna deck it out. Excuse me. Ooh, a chest. Ooh, candy. Oh yeah, we easily got this. Nice. Okay. Can't afford another one. That's gonna be... Wasn't expecting that. Okay. You're doing great. Weaken them as much as possible. Beautiful. We need sorcery. There we go. We should be good. I thought that was gonna be a portal, but I guess not. Poison damage? Don't mind if I do. I want to get another flamey boy over here. I'm thinking... Yeah. Oh, it's not health, it's armor that they do. It's so stupid. Like I have to sell it now. Poison, another poison guy there. At least the frost keeps are helping. They're actually helping out a lot. Oh, and they're getting double damage now. Oh, that's amazing. Alright. Any surprise chests I'm not aware about? No, we're good. Maybe another mana bank. Ooh, candy. Get frostbite too. I feel like that'll be useful. Oh, that's just amazing. If they're getting wrecked right off the bat. And there's a mine there. What's the range on this guy? Little box. Let's see. Is he gonna hit where I think he's gonna hit? Yeah. We want them as slow as possible. Ooh, candy. This guy's just getting destroyed. Ah, so he pukes out little men. These guys are good against armor, so we're gonna pick them anyways. Every killed enemy regenerates 1% max mana. That might have been a very bad move, but we'll have to find out. Alright. Killing a lot of them right before they even get a chance. Come to us. Hold them back. Oh, we got money for days. I guess we could upgrade some of the guns. Yes. Beast. So many iron veins, it's quite funny. I gotta put more, gotta get more of these items on. The 50% gain more poison damage. Okay. I don't have enough. Oh boy. Poison dudes are starting to get through there. 34, 35, 36, 37. That's on a different level. Can't do anything. That's fine. How's our mana? Our mana is not good. Repeat, our mana is not good. Completely useless guys. We're gonna lose if we run out of mana. Kinda like what we're doing now. This might be it. Recharging, but that mana was not a... Our mana was taking a beating there. I think we just need to upgrade our guys here. Ooh, a chest. Gimme. I think we need more health. 40. Perfect. And more mana siphons. No game. We're on teleporty boys, so this isn't good. Oh boy. I'll say though, we are dealing a fair amount of damage to them. Okay, let's see. Our ballistas could use help. Let's. I'm wondering when it will end over here. Uh-oh, boss round? No, small boss. Two fires, two poisons, kind of nothing in between. Let's get fire guy there, and a poison guy. Why not? Let's completely destroy our mana. Trying to drink some water. Game. We're doing a lot of damage. Not gaining as much XP as I would like, but what to do. Upgrading all of our ballistas. Okay. So we're kind of just getting rid of their shield as soon as they come around that corner on this area. candy. Oh, this isn't. This is going longer than I expected, if I'm gonna be honest here. I thought we were gonna die way quicker. But I guess just me doing that made us indestructible. This is an insane map. The shield, the anti-shield boys. Our mana's barely keeping up. When all the sprayers are firing off, that's what's kind of hurting us. You on the same? Yes, you are. About to run out of mana, which will kill us. A level 20 ballista. Oh my god. We're out of mana siphoning areas, so kinda gotta hope one of these areas will have one. Oh. god, guys, I think we're actually gonna beat this. The slow strategy comes in clutch again. No. I'm slow, guys. Hey, they've been taking passive damage from the ballistas here. Really? Was not expecting to get this far. Getting insane. I think this is gonna be the second longest stream I've ever done. Oh my god, we're making history here, ladies and gentlemen. We just destroyed our mana. I think they're gonna get past this round. Our mana can barely keep up. How we pulling this off? Oh jeez. How are we doing this? Making Giga Chad's amount of XP, but oh, more houses. make it do that. There's a mini boss there too. Let's see what mana we can go. So we have a mini boss and a big boss. Bro. Oh no, the boss is still coming. That's good, it'll give our mana some time to regenerate. Oh, he regenerates. Oh no. At least he's slow now. Very intense game. Does he hit our tower? I think he is. We lost. Ever so slightly, we've lost. Oh my god. Hoo-wee. Upgrades. Oh. I have 1,000 XP. Let's unlock the shredder. Vampire lair. Oh, and we unlocked more of this stuff just by using cards. Oh, okay. Okay, everybody. I want to take the time and thank you all so very much for watching. I appreciate you. I had a blast playing with everyone tonight. Hanging out, just gaming. I hope you all enjoyed. For everybody who came out, thank you. Anybody who did tips, bits, subs, gifted subs, all that stuff, thank you so much. If you guys didn't know, if you do exclamation point socials in the chat, it gives you a link to all my available socials. And yeah, you can join the public Discord. We do all types of fun things there. Coming soon, we'll be doing more community game nights where I don't stream. We just sit back, relax, have some fun. And we also do playing with viewers every Friday and Saturday. We didn't do it this week because there's a lot going on IRL for me. But yeah, that's soon to come. We are gonna do a raid. First raid in a long time. It's gonna be.
Thank you for completing. Thank you.
It is gonna be Aerie. She is playing a game.
I'm about to spend 50 fragile.
I have not paid any attention to games recently. I'm burnt out.
Discord.
Tired, I mean. It's a good thing. That tower game was a real grinder. So, I will talk to you all later. Have a wonderful day or night. See you later. Bye-bye.